Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream slash recording of Hearthstone, although I don't say that anymore. I just call them live streams now, as I'm making slight adjustments. So we're starting a little late today. It was, last time Insomnia had me do early. Early didn't really work for my regulars, and it certainly didn't seem like it worked well for new people either. Going at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning may get some new people to watch, but then they're in very limited time to watch because they usually have to, if they're awake at that time, they're usually getting ready to go to work or school or whatever they do during the day. We got a watch and learn quest, so that's why there's only 2 here. And because of that, we have a new package, a new thing to open. I don't know if it really worked that well, but it felt like it worked well enough for me not to just preemptively read the news and do that research. I'm thinking to myself, I need to better balance times when I'm not working with times when I am working. I've been trying unsuccessfully. Here, let's see. Hunter and Mage are the only games we need to win. Gizmozo is on the chat saying hi. For some reason, the chat didn't quite work the way it was working before, so now I'm looking at the YouTube gaming chat, which with a black background, which is harder to read. So yeah, I'm thinking to myself, I just need to give myself permission to have more off time instead of constantly thinking I should be recording, I should be scheduling, I should be doing this. I think taking 12 hours, 10 hours, or at least 8 hours a day off on top of trying to sleep for 8 hours is fair. Like, well, 12 hours plus 8 hours would only give me a couple hours of recording, but even that might be right. I've been trying for a year to push myself to, like, you gotta work 8 hours, 16 hours. I'm sure people would love for me to work that long, but it's just not mentally healthy. This just looks like a Tavern Brawl that we've done before, so not anything too special. Since we're playing as this guy, I don't even know what this would count as. Is this a mage victory? Seems like it might be. Add a random next randomness minion to your hand. It costs 3 less. So we'll see if that works. So yeah, trying different things. I think going later, if it becomes a situation, even if we start streaming at 10 o'clock in the evening, at least right now when I know I'm waking up till 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning before I even try to sleep. It's kind of pointless to not embrace that. Well, this guy is a 5/5 with taunt. So some streams may just very easily start at 10 o'clock and just go in the night. There is a new YouTube ultra low latency mode for comments, but if you do it, then you wouldn't be able to DVR or do above 1080p. I'm not going to do above 1080p anyways, but that is something to consider if people are still upset with the latency. I haven't really heard anybody complain lately. Fixing, just as long as I'm not uploading videos while I'm streaming, there's no real lagginess, just to be in low latency mode, which is what we're in now, and the chat's not going that fast. And like, I suppose if there was tons of chat happening, eventually I would just go into a higher latency mode. Let's see. Let's see. So, as that's going, and as the chat, I'm gonna have to. Let's see if we can get this to work so that the chat is up and my browser is up. And so we can just go through the news as we're playing pretty quickly. 3-1 Nebulon. Deal 3 damage and freeze. Summon a random undead.
Job done.
You love my new recipe.
So Sega has announced its Tokyo Game Show. Are we really? Is it time for Tokyo Game Show again? I thought they already had one for 2017. What was that? What was the other thing that happened a couple of months ago? It was in Japan. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, I don't have a clue. What in the world was that? It's a bunch of death rattle characters we can tell. So for Sega's lineup, we have a certain magical virtual on. Interesting. That's a weird name. That sounds like a combination of a certain magical girl and virtual on. Which maybe that's exactly what it is. It's for PS4 and Vita. We're going to see a lot of PS4 and Vita. DX2 Shin Megami Tensei Liberation is coming up for iOS and Android. We're going to see more of that this year from Japan than ever before. They are starting, it seems, to really embrace the cell phone market. Hatsune Miku Project Diva Future Tone DX for the PS4. Hatsune Miku is still pretty popular. That's the singer slash dancer simulator software that's been turned into a game. Well, how do you explain it? There's this really expensive software that's really only in Japanese called Project Vocaloid. That's the singing software that they created a character called Hatsune Miku, who was a virtual CG singer, pop star. And now they're making games based on that. But it's not really Project Vocaloid too much. Or if it's integrated, it's not the default software. I would have liked to play with Project Vocaloid, but like I said, it's not really in English and it's expensive. And that's PS4. Or you may also notice that all these names are really long. That's one of the slight byproducts of being of Japanese, is that all of their language is done pictorially, which allows you to have a single character mean, in Japanese usually it means like 2-letter equivalents. So hot, for example, might be 2 or 3 letters. Hot might be 1 character, then Su is probably 1 character, and Ne is probably 1 character. So while Hatsune is actually, in the English language, 7 characters, is only 3. in Japanese, which means as things get translated more and more, they're longer. Hokoto ga Gotoku. I haven't heard of that one. That's PS4. Phantasy Star Online 2, PS4, PS Vita, and PC. Now, I have heard that Phantasy Star Online was popular, so I would assume that the sequel is probably somewhat popular, but it's also kind of an old game, if I'm remembering right. So, you're gonna have to be pretty happy with freeze a random enemy minion. Poisonous. Sonic Forces is for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch, and that's interesting because of all these Sega games that they're releasing at the Tokyo Game Show, Sonic Forces is really the only one they kind of care about in the West. That's why that's the only one that's going to Xbox One, that's the only one that's coming to Switch. All the rest of these, they just are going to give it to the Japanese market. We will be lucky if they come to the rest of the world. It's always important to explain that this isn't just a US thing too. It's a Japanese versus the world thing. The Japanese only really care about their home market, and if they want to bother to even sell their products elsewhere, it's a secondary thought. Yakuza Online for the iOS, Android, and PC, and Yakuza Kiwami 2 for the PS4. So that'll be interesting. Now Atlas is also coming out for Shin Megami Tensei Deep Strange Journey for the 3DS, which is one of, I imagine, the handful of the last few 3DS games to come out. Let's see. Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in the Dungeon? Infinite Combat, PS4 and PS Vita. That's based on an anime. Steins Gate Elite, PS4 and Vita. Another based on another anime series. Let's see. And that was Atlas titles. Electronic Arts has FIFA 18, Need for Speed Payback. FIFA 18 is PS4, PS3, Xbox One, and Switch. So apparently they're going for a target market with FIFA of some poor countries that haven't seen great adoption of the PlayStation 4. I guess I shouldn't combine the speculation that they're poorer countries. There may just be other reasons why some of the markets haven't adopted the PS4 so much that they made a PlayStation 3 version, which is not an easy thing to do, considering the PlayStation 3 had a completely different processor as most processors. Need for Speed Payback is PS4 and Xbox One only. The Sims 4 is coming PS4 only. Interesting. Is there really anything to take from that? I don't know. It seems a little weird that the Sims 4 is not coming to the Xbox One, unless it's already there and I've just missed that. And EA's big target thing right now is Star Wars Battlefront 2 for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Clearly, their goal right now is to sell a bunch of Star Wars titles, but they have, I believe, 3 to 5 other Star Wars titles in the works. And so they're going to probably try to keep them somewhat separate, but also try to sell and flood the market with Star Wars games. Nippon Ichi Software, some which translates Nippon as Japan in Japanese, and Ichi is 1, so that's Japan 1 software. If you were going to translate that, it has Coven and Labyrinth of Refrain for PS4, another game that probably won't come to the West or outside of Japan, probably for a pretty simple reason of that just not being a company that I bet makes any games that come to the West. And then Warner Brothers has Lego Ninjago, the movie, the video game. So Warner Brothers still making Lego games. That'll probably sell pretty well because I imagine Ninjago sells pretty well. And that's for the PS4 and the Switch. Again, not the Xbox One. So either some of these games aren't getting mentioned for the Xbox One because it's a Tokyo Game Show, and the Xbox adoption in Japan is ridiculously low, or this is a case of the Xbox One just not caring about kids games, or people not caring about putting kids games on the Xbox One. Honestly, like, I don't know if there's any good console to give to kids these days. Rumor is that the Nintendo Switch is going to be in short supply this holiday. If you're going to get a Switch for your kids, that's probably the right decision. It's probably what all their friends are going to have, and that's one of the biggest factors really to consider, is just, are your kids going to have a normal life experience, or are you going to give them the console that nobody else has? And so, yeah, I don't think you would want to give a kid a PS4. I don't think it looks like a good idea to give them an Xbox One, but I don't think you give them a Switch either, honestly. I think you give them a cell phone and just have them play free cell phone games. And that's kind of it. The Switch's main problem, and you can even see it in this list of Tokyo Game Shows, is all of these games, there should have been more kid-friendly games, but then there also should have been more a lot more Switch versions of games coming out. Like Middle-earth Shadow of War is apparently coming out only for the PS4. So, and according to this, and that's not true. We know it's coming out. This is a Gamemetsu article, and as they have listed it here in the Tokyo Game Show, they're just not mentioning that it's coming out for other consoles. That is an interesting way for them to represent themselves. It's just sneakily have them not mention the fact that it's on the other console. Let's see, is this a real article to read? No, this is just a retrospective on an old game, so there's no real reason to mention that. A lot of other companies, they feel they need to get a certain number of news stories out, and they'll find some ridiculous opinion pieces to write. There's no reason for me to report on opinion pieces or re-report something. Like, if I was going to talk about old games, that's what my weekday recordings are about. It's not news in the fact that it's not new.
Job's done.
They're saying here, here's another article, that Destiny 2 is less annoying, although I've heard now with all the microtransactions that they've added to it, they've literally taken elements out from Destiny 1 and made you pay more and do more loot boxes to change the color of your outfits, because each piece of your outfit, so like 5 pieces of your outfit, have to individually be colored with one-time use spray paint, basically. and thus you have to buy more loot boxes and just a lot of gambling, a lot of ridiculousness. Destiny 2 almost had my interest as a game until all the microtransaction talk came out, and now it just doesn't. Let's see. Interesting. I've got a couple different things here that are benefiting from whenever a creature dies. We'll talk about Hearthstone changing things later. Video game writers are now eligible for the SFWA Nebula Awards, which is the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America. So they've introduced a new category to recognize video game writers, which I suppose that's nice. That means they can get a little recognition amongst themselves for whatever it's really worth. It honestly boils down to things like the Emmys, though, where at the end of the day it's more than likely just going to be the industry self-congratulating itself. But whatever, the better to get some awards, and awards like that might help writers who write for video games leave the video game industry, and it might encourage writers who aren't in the video game industry to come to the video game industry, which adds some fluidity, which allows video game writers to be potentially better in one scenario. So it might be an overall long-term improvement.
Death does not scare me.
Let's see, do we have anything? Magic the Gathering Arena wants to make the game as much fun to watch as it is to play, according to this article.
Thank you.
It's a closed beta right now, but you know, the previous Phase Walker's annual re-releases, reboots of Magic the Gathering were greedy. They were giant files if you were playing it on a cell phone, which frankly half of your audience is probably going to play it on a cell phone. So they definitely need to do something different. I would consider trying to get into Magic the Gathering again if it became really, really popular to play the online version. But it always has this competition where the people who are playing it in the real world are not going to want to play it online, or a percentage at least of players who play it in the real world are not going to play it online, which kind of sucks. I don't know how they fix that unless they specifically... I am not getting anywhere with this Tavern Brawl. Unless they specifically say, look, there's a cutoff date here, we're not going to make the cards anymore. It's too expensive, it's a lot cheaper just to do it online. If Magic the Gathering says, we're getting out of the card game completely, and we're just going to take microtransactions and just do what Hearthstone does, that would probably be the tipping point to bring in a massive influx of Magic players. And it would certainly help with cheating issues and trickery issues that can happen on local games, certainly because it's a real world card game, and because the rules can often be very cryptic or misinterpreted or easy to misinterpret. because those cards do a lot crazier things than what we've seen in Hearthstone so far. As a game with its land mana issue still being a big factor, I'm not sure I would want to go back to that, where you have to play land and tap land to play cards. I think there's a lot higher chance that we would move to a new card game before, or the general populace of card game players would move to a new card game than they would move back to Magic. Of course, Blizzard and Hearthstone could certainly do something really, really annoying that cause people to do that. We're having a slow internet connection there. There's a Excel World versus Sword Art Online, 2 animes combined, is coming to Steam on September 12th. So it's a PC game. And what does it say? The full game? In addition to Castaway from Excel World, Sword Art Online Origins, and Sword Online Ordinal Scale downloadable content. It's available now for PlayStation 4 and PS Vita. I bet this is an RPG. We're just not getting anywhere with this. So we may have a disconnect and a win. Disguised Toast actually got banned for 3 days because he was testing out a bug on an online thing, an online stream, and he showed people how to do this bug that caused the game to lock up and crash and give free wins, which made it very exploitable. I don't know if the bug still exists, nor will I mention what the bug is, but he reported it to Blizzard, and then they came back and said, well, because you told this outside, we consider that you were teaching other people to cheat, and so we're going to ban you for 3 days, which seems a little unfair, and you would think they would give a little bit more of slack to him, but hey, I had an extra epic there, so now I'm up to 695 dust. So yeah, that's certainly something to consider in the future, is that they're a little draconian. Hunter and Mage now is all we need to play. And where are we on this? We are at a whopping rank 19 as far as ranked play on standard. So let's try this, and we're just trying to get ranked wins, I suppose. On Wild we don't really need to even get up to 20. Let's see what game this is. Is this the sequel to the El Shaddai game? No. That's not what this is. I don't think it is. If it is, it looks completely different.
Let the hunt begin.
It might actually be the sequel to it. It's called The Lost Child, and it's coming to Americas and Europe, so another Japanese game is coming to the West. We are about 50-50 when things like that happen. I'll just hold on to all those cards. Is there a date? It was released August 24th. Well, if we're gonna have a bunch of just concessions because of uh, all of that, like, if we're gonna have a lot of concessions, after I get the daily quest done, I'm gonna try to go up ranked. Kevin Wu came on the chat. Have you ever thought about turning off your busy status when you aren't streaming for me? For you specifically? No YouTube streamer is ever gonna specifically do anything for one specific fan. I have thought about doing it, and I've thought I don't want to do that. Like, the idea here, and I know where people are coming from, it's the same idea of the Discord server. And I just don't have it in me. And when I started to stream, I talked about how I need to just be more realistic about giving myself off time when I'm not doing anything that has anything to do with work or this channel. Like, the idea of, on the incredibly rare occasions that I'm playing Hearthstone and not streaming, which means I'm either trying to get the Lich King, which I worked on the Lich King a little bit I think I defeated the Lich King one or two more times. Or I'm trying to get up on rank play. The idea of talking to people and chatting with them doesn't really do anything. It's just kind of a waste of my time as a resource. Inherently, there's a slight difference between a YouTuber and his fans and people who are friends in the real world. There's just not gonna be that interaction. And it's the same with the Discord too, is people want me to be on the Discord and chat with people, and I just know I'm never gonna do that. So, like, on the rare occasions when I'm here, and if you see me and I'm not streaming, people can spectate me, but usually I'm just going to lose a lot, or I'm trying to focus, and either one of those is just not going to have good conversation. So, no, I have no intention of ever turning off busy. Having chats inside of Hearthstone is way different to me than it is to having chats on YouTube, where YouTube is actively promoting my videos. I'm greedy. What can I say? I'm actually getting some form of almost actual money reward when people chat to me, chat with me when I'm streaming. I get literally nothing except for exhaustion, which turns into frustration if I talk to people through Discord or Hearthstone. That's why the only way I can even think that Discord's ever gonna work is if my other fans are talking to my other fans, and I can just be like, well, I am this center, this water cooler where people come together and talk to each other that way. And that's where the real friendship relationships might occur, is when there are other fans who have less demands of their times and more energy actually talk to each other. And it would be cool if and maybe those are real relationships that could go on for further. But for me personally, it's just, what can I say? I'm antisocial. I think that's enough on that, though. No, busy's never going off. I'm never going to embrace chat on anything that's not YouTube unless YouTube converts those chats back to YouTube. Let's see, we were talking about The Lost Child. It's in Japan August 24th, and it's coming out 2018 for the PlayStation 4 and Vita, digital only in Europe and the West. Calders Blaze PS4 limited physical run has been announced. Didn't even know that was a game. Is this coming out anywhere but Japan? See, this is a Gametsu. I'm not even sure if Gametsu is actually a Japanese website or if they just have a name that sounds Japanese. Because they kind of don't feel like they have the insight that you would think. Yeah, and they're not telling me if... Well, the packaging looks to be in English, so I guess the limited run is $30 to get just the basic packaging. Let's play this. This. Well, you already talked about it, but Nintendo Switch demand might outweigh supply during the holidays, so if you want to get one, latest official figures put the Switch at 4.7 million units as of June. If the console did manage to hit 10 million mark by the end of the year, it'd be well on track to beat the Wii U's lifetime sales goal of 13 million. 13.56. I mean, I think comparing it to the Wii U is probably the one of the worst ones to compare it to. You should compare it to the sales of the Wii, which was an actual success. They're doubling production target from 8 million to 16 million units, so they're literally doubling the number of Switch units they're trying to make, which means I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch of defective Switches that get put out there.
Fight with honor. Let the hunt begin.
Let's see. Trade out this one. PC Gamer has a lot of affiliate links and ads pretending to be articles. They're like the best gaming chair, the best USB hard drive, the best video card. All of those are literally just ads that they're trying to get you to click to links to buy things, and not real articles. Particularly since they're not really trustworthy to have actually done any research and have any real reason to believe them. Let's see. Equifax has a special website because there's been a major data breach with all of that. So Equifax lost a ton of people's information, and the CEO's insider traded, it seems like. But then they're not going to report to anybody that their information has been breached. Instead, you have to, as a consumer, check and see if your credit cards have been stolen. Closer to the video game industry, the FTC is demanding clear disclosure after the CSGO lotto betting scandal, which I thought they were pretty much already doing that, so they must have come out in a new article and said something even stronger than what they were saying before. Let's see. Is settled the first case against an individual social media influencer by ordering 2 controversial YouTubers to disclose all endorsements and partnerships in the future. I thought they already did that. That was Trevor Martin and Thomas Syndicate Cassell. They settled the case. They didn't even... They gave him a slap on the wrist, literally, both YouTubers. So the 2 big YouTubers that now have to disclose because they weren't disclosing before. It's like, that's pretty ridiculous. Somebody's made a mod for Super Mario 64 where 8 players can play online as the different characters in the Mario story. Well, as the chat is being, there's not a lot of chat going on, let's get into this story, and hopefully nobody will yell at me for this one. According to PC Gamer, Malaysia has blocked all of Steam over a 2D brawler that lets you beat up Jesus. Updated, let's see. Valve has issued a statement indicating that it's aware of the block and is working to address it. Right now, players in Malaysia can access the games they own on Steam, but Steam's store is being blocked by some local telcos in Malaysia. From reports that it's due to a single game and a conflict with local laws, which I believe the conflict of the local laws is that you're probably not allowed to insult any religion, but maybe specifically Christianity. Let's play the game and then read more into it. We have contacted the developer and removed the game and are attempting to make contact with officials in Malaysia to remove the block. We apologize for any inconvenience. So it may not even be that this is a government thing as much as just the local telcos interpreted a law. And this is the problem of not having net neutrality worldwide, is that your AT&T, your Comcast, your Suddenlink, whatever your internet service provider might decide for no reason or because of a misinterpretation of a law to just block content. And there's no due process and there's no legal recourse. The removal of Fight the Gods only appears to be in effect in Malaysia. However, it's currently still available for purchase everywhere else.
Rexa versus Rexa.
Let's see.
Begin. Bring it on.
Let's read the original article. That was just the update. Here. Game is in early access. It caught the notice of religious leaders in Malaysia, one of whom, Mod Asuri Zanul Abidin, told The Sun that the Malaysian government should immediately ban the game or block the download link to avoid potential of religious tension in the country. And see, this is a bigger issue for me that I will try not to get into a rant from, but if something requires the government to protect its ideas, if it can't bear the weight of criticism or mockery in this case, then it's probably not a very strong idea in the first place. So yeah, and Asian countries in particular, just to very generalize here, are very big on controlling their people.
Speak your peace.
And that's why in the United States we at the very least pretend like we value freedom of speech, and we need to continuously work and strive to keep it alive. That's why it's the number one thing, the most important thing in the Constitution.
Bring out your dead.
But there's many countries where things get banned and are made illegal. Now, honestly, I'm not sure if any of this is actually the government as this is being reported, other than the fact that there clearly is some kind of law that at the very least could have been mistranslated to include this.
Job's done.
So I wouldn't go to Malaysia to play video games. Probably wouldn't go to Malaysia anyways, but let's see, is this a real story? No, not really. Sonic Mania dev says good Sonic levels is all about slopes. I guess that makes sense. It would keep you spinning and going. And let's see. Some of the original design documents for Star Fox 2. That's literally an article showing 2 pictures. Seriously. Seriously, game. Let's do this. 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 And that. Where are we? Nintendo Switch games may require external storage. Yeah. Are they saying that you might have to actually plug in a hard drive into a Switch, or are they just talking about is there a secondary slot in the Switch? I don't even know. That's something I should know, but I am missing that knowledge. Let's see.
Well fought. I can see.
Let's another victory. And as long as I'm barely paying attention here, and we're just playing and covering the news at the same time, this is working out pretty well. It's an easy way to distract it. Of course, if people were asking me questions in the chat, then I would have to juggle. Having 3 things to do at the same time is a lot more difficult. Switch licensed micro SD cards. Noting that the micro SD cards will be needed for certain Switch games that contain especially large amounts of content. So, yeah, I would imagine like Breath of the Wild DLC and the internal storage not being very big. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. They haven't quite gotten to the point where you have to plug in a hard drive into your Switch, but you may very well get to that point quicker than you think. I don't want to talk about it too much since I haven't really made any progress there, but one of the issues with the Raspberry Pi in general and RetroPie is that if you need a lot of space, you are going to just have to plug in an external hard drive with its own power supply, because you just won't be able to power it off the USB 2.0 connectors. And the biggest micro SD cards you can get are 128 gigs, which is fine for most uses, but if you've got a lot of space and you plan to do a lot of stuff, then it's not enough. And there's really no way to fix it. Well, I've been denied. Lifeless Moon is a follow-up to the game Lifeless Planet, which was kind of just a walking simulator, but a decent one enough. And let's see, do we have a release date, or if it will be out on PC? It's kind of psychological. Summer 2008, PC, Macs, Macintoshes, and Xbox Ones. Nobody calls them Macintoshes anymore. That's how you know I'm old. Interesting thought here. I've often wondered why they haven't done this before, but I imagine it's just because video games wouldn't handle books as a source material very well anyways. But George Orwell's Animal Farm, I actually played a game recently where the character was named Orwell as an homage to George Orwell, is going to be made into a video game. I suppose we did see this in Dante's Inferno and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It has been done in Chinese games over and over again, many times. So it's not an entirely new thing, but it is higher. It has happened more than you might imagine. Well, less than you might imagine. Let's see. The game promises a faithful, interactive recreation of the author's vision. I don't know how you can do that at all with a book. And there's literally just one picture here, so this is just the beginning. I don't know who would really want to even play that as a game. Like, who would even really want to read the book? It's one of those awful books you're required to read in school, but most of the books you're required to read in school are awful. And even though they say they're classics, it's not the truth. Classic good books challenge the normal way of thinking. The last thing any school wants you to read is a book that challenges the normal way of thinking. They want to keep people following the teachers, following the status quo. I am noticing this deck does not work well. I need to get rid of it. I don't want to be flippant about it, but I am not getting this quest done, and building an entire deck around getting this quest done is not successful. Let's see. There's a game called Gal Metal for the Switch coming out in February in 2018. Let's look at the video. It's a 3D... No, this is live action of a girl playing metal music. I was expecting something slightly different. And she's just playing the drums like crazy. But see, this whole trailer could just be live action, and then the game is something completely different, and I think that is the case here. Metal Drum X Juvenile Sci-Fi Comic. So super orthodox rhythm game. So it's a heavy metal drumming game. Yeah, that's not gonna come to the rest of the world, but you know, it would be fun if it did. We could do with another drumming game in the United States. Like Rock Band's been out for a while. Let's keep things interesting and switch up here. Killer Instinct on Steam will support crossplay with Windows 10 and Xbox One, so no artificial barrier there for people playing on the Windows 10 store version or the Xbox One. That's a good way to go. Hopefully Microsoft will eventually just get rid of the Windows 10 store, because from what I hear it's awful. Not even for games, just in general it's awful. But their reasoning for it makes sense. I don't know if there's really anything else to say about this article, but CD Projekt Red is now worth over $2 billion, which is a lot to say because it's a Polish game company, which I think might mean it's the biggest Polish game company Last August it surpassed 1 billion, so it's doubled its value. It's probably getting a little overinflated to gain that much value that quickly. Like, we could easily run into issues where the next Witcher game, or the next game from CD Projekt Red, which I guess is Cyberpunk 2027, I suppose that could be a bad game, and then you may see that valuation just fall right down. Bear with me, a noir teddy bear adventure game is going to conclude in October. It was released episodically October 5th. It's going to come out on Steam. This is a game that I wanted to play. Oddly, LA Noire is coming out and getting re-released, but in all honesty, I don't know what they're doing, what Rockstar is doing there. The company that made LA Noire, at least started production on LA Noire, is long since been shuttered. Nobody that worked on that game is coming back. So unless the people that, assuming there are people in proper Rockstar offices, which there's several of them, unless those guys are going to be pulled off making the next GTA to make a new LA Noire, this is literally just going to be a re-release for no reason other than to just get money. And from what I hear, they're going to try and put in PlayStation VR support, which is not going to be amazingly good, and they're going to do a slightly different game on the Switch version, which I wouldn't be surprised if the Switch version completely replaces all of the facial animations with cartoons versions of the people. But yeah, I wanted to play Bear With Me. I don't think I've bought it yet though, because I try to not buy games until they're actually finished. Newer hard drives might be made out of glass, which is to say the center discs, instead of being metal with magnetic material, might be glass with, I would assume, magnetic material to get more space. Honestly, I think we may just have to eventually embrace larger hard drive spaces that you can put in cards. Right now they're 3.5 inches. We could go back to 5.25 inch floppy disk drives, which would be what DVD-ROMs and CD-ROMs were anyways. If you went back to that size, you could get the 20 terabyte hard drives. Don't want stealth. Nope, we'll just attack. 20 terabyte hard drive is interesting, but only really to me in the sense that it would push some of the 6 terabyte and 6 terabyte hard drives down in price, making them cheaper. I'd much prefer to buy 4 6 terabytes and have a RAID array that gave me potentially 12 terabytes of space over buying one incredibly expensive 20 terabyte. Let's see. Attack here. Take this. Actually, I should have swapped it. Swapped this one. That was bad. Because if I got this one again, I could have played it a second time. Sega is preparing an official website for an unannounced Poplio Crois game. Popolocrius. I've never even heard of this game. Well, I don't think that was one of the ones on the list for the Tokyo Game Show, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few games that don't get mentioned or don't get announced until you're there.
Warriors of the frozen wastes.
Our debt is
The secrets played.
Job's done.
Here's an article that doesn't matter, so we'll close that.
Charge roll! In the light.
They're working maybe on a prototype called S&box. So it's sandbox, but misspelled. Let's see. Let's go ahead and kill this one. But it's nowhere close to being done, but it might be the next Gary's mod. The thing there is, I don't know if Gary's mod is gonna stay popular long enough to bring in people to make it to Gary's mod too. Somebody's making a game called Real Farm that looks like it's either really well animated animals or it's actually just full motion video of animals. If it's full motion video of animals, then it can't be that long. It's another farming simulator, and it looks animated, but it looks pretty. I suppose when you're making a farming simulator game, making it look accurate and pretty is probably all you can do to consistently iterate and have another reason to sell another version of the game. It's also probably one of these games that would be better suiting its customers if it just put out newer versions, like updates to the first game, but instead they make all their money by selling the same thing over and over again, and people buy that. I don't know why in Europe it is so popular to play farming simulator things, but in the United States I've never really heard of anything, any real interest in it. Here's an article on, I believe, Gametsu. Gametsu, for its problems, does occasionally interview people and get information, stories out there that are new. So they're interviewing someone at Clay Entertainment on doing a post-mortem, so looking at how the development of Mark of the Ninja was. And Mark of the Ninja was pretty good. I don't really have too many complaints about it, other than that there isn't really a sequel, and it would be kind of hard to make a sequel to the game, but you could certainly do it. Here's a very Japanese story. .hack GU last recode. The premium edition in Japan comes with a drama CD sample video, which is, if I'm reading this right, means that the CD either has a audio drama on it or a video drama on it. Extra. All the little extras. They love the little extras in video games in general. Let's see. This is just an article about an old game. Doesn't matter. A game called Happy Manager launches in January 2018 in Japan. It's called Happy Manager. I already said that. It's an apartment management adventure, but it probably involves doing more than that if I was to guess. Cast a spell. PlayStation VR support. The picture here is you're looking at a Japanese woman, and I don't know if that's, I would assume, one of your tenants. I don't know what apartment managers really do in Japan too much, honestly. I think they would mostly just assume that you have to do everything yourself anyways. Maybe they yell at people for making too much noise or something. Pretty much what an apartment manager in the United States would do, I would guess. Annoying things and unhelpful things. It's kind of a consistent issue that if you are just in a like homeowners association or in an apartment complex or in any way relying on somebody to help you, they often will not help you, and then they will harass you when you're doing something they don't like. Even the police and the government is the same way in the United States too. You really can't trust on anybody to treat to be too fair or too helpful. Maybe helpful is the better way to say that, but trusting in other people with power is not a great plan, at least in the U.S. Maybe it's different in Japan though. Let's see. There's a Tokyo Dark game called Tokyo Dark that's being described as a Western adventure game twist to a Japanese visual novel. So in the end, it is just going to be a visual novel with maybe some adventure game elements, which frankly, like, I don't know who you go to on YouTube if you want to do visual novels. That, like, who plays them all and reviews them all, and who would be the person to really listen to. Wonder if the chat's broken too. Nobody said anything, and Nightbot hasn't arrived at all, so Nightbot's probably broken. Of course, I'm not even looking right now, so maybe I'm not even streaming. Let's see. We've already covered that. So apparently there was some drama following the Hearthstone nerf, with particularly Fiery War Axe. The way I had it phrased is the thought that they felt like the Fiery War Axe being nerfed from 2 mana to 3 mana for a three attack, 2 duration warrior weapon. What I heard was speculation that they were going to then just use that as an excuse to sell the exact same card again in card packs, and so that some point down the line in a year or two there will be another 2 mana, 3 attack, 2 durability weapon, and I suppose that is probably something that you would eventually see if just all cards are going to get created eventually. But you could make it a legendary at the very least, and if you made it a legendary, then then you could only have one of them. There's a lot of complaints that there really isn't a second turn card to play now with the warrior, and the warrior has now been made a very bad character to play in ranked. And this article has Ben Brode coming back and saying, quote, "We absolutely don't think our players are stupid." I agree with that. Like, I don't think they think players are stupid. If anything, I think maybe Hearthstone and Blizzard are sometimes stupid. There was apparently this online games optimization service called Raptor, R-A-P-T-R. Never even heard of it, but it's being shut down apparently because optimizing games is now obsolete for online. It probably just couldn't make any money. Hopefully optimizing games is not obsolete, because that means then all the games are going to run very poorly on a wide variety of computers. Here's an article that really has nothing to do with anything. So that was just one talking about how do you tie down your controllers if you're running a game room at a event, which that's not general people. A Republican representative, rep is representative, like a state representative named Jayapal in the United States, talked about players and political consciousness as that. This is probably very similar to like Angela Merkel giving a speech at the Gamescom in Germany. Famous people who want to get the young people to vote for them. Congresswoman who's a Democrat, actually. Text is so small. It sounds like her name is Pramila Jayapal. She said, "You have this enormous voice as a community, and we need it. We're at a crossroads on so many levels, and issues really the very soul of our country. So go out there and vote," which isn't a terrible thought. Yeah. People who can vote should vote. But we're at a low point, but we're also at a high point in terms of potential for engagement. That's why this community is so important. Here's the issue, though. If she is speaking to players, that's fine. But if video game creators take this as a message that they should put in more politics into their games, people aren't going to be happy. Me in particular. That's not something I want to see. Like, I just don't want to see games try to bash players over the head with political messages over and over again, to the point where you can't play a game because it's just intolerable. So far, very few games have succeeded at doing that and been entertaining games, really. Inherently, there's a long history of video games being video games and being for fun, and being kind of a light-hearted, free-willing experience, willing to embrace violence, clearly willing to embrace sexuality, not willing to be constricted very much. But we have seen that it's been creeping up more and more. The Japanese developers of like Dead or Alive, Beach Volleyball, and similar games are getting very, very afraid because they see very tiny minorities of people in the United States complain about their games, and they don't realize, or they use it as an excuse at the very least to not let their games come out in the West or come out in an uncensored format. So they're doing a lot of self-censoring. So the entire United States, the entire world market, and a lot of times gets censored, like much like in Malaysia, because of a very tiny but vocal community that should just be ignored. And that community is working, those small communities, there's many of them, are working very hard to not be ignored when they should be. And they're working very hard to be annoying. It all kind of boils down to, this is fiction, this is a video game, let the artists and creators do whatever they want. Let's see, what else did she say? Net neutrality is not dead, everything comes and goes in waves. That's not particularly reassuring statement. The concept of net neutrality will never be dead, but it won't matter much at all if, in all actuality, the laws don't enforce things. It seems like there's nothing else really to quote her on. The average donation to my campaign was $23. Let's see. LA Noir coming to Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and a spin-off to the PlayStation VR, or VR in general.
I hunt alone.
Again, I just don't know what they're doing with LA Noir. They're probably just testing the market and trying to make money. Remember, this is Rockstar. They're just trying to squeeze more money without doing any work. And they probably did this. I wouldn't be surprised if they did this only just to distract news reports of them banning mods, and get away from that boycott, because that boycott, by all rights, should still be going on. The 7 Deadly Sins game is coming out. Knights of Britannia, they put out some more information here. Interesting game in that it is coming out in the Americas and Europe in 2018, and the release window for Japan hasn't even been announced. 7 Deadly Sins looks like an anime, but actually it was a Netflix co-production and feels a little bit different because of it, which Netflix in itself has gotten some flack for a trailer for this new show called Neo Yokio, which is attempting to be an anime, but it's not being animated, and it's starring Jaden Smith. So it's just a Will Smith's son, yet again trying to be famous. through nepotism, and it looks awful. Awful. But there are a lot of Jaden Smith fans out there, so it hasn't gotten completely thumbs down, and unlike something like the Ghostbuster reboot where there was an existing property, this is generally just an insult to anime in general, and there's plenty of terrible anime out there. The Death Note Netflix version of that is a much bigger insult because it just did a terrible job in it, in adapting it, and adapting that story.
The legions I command.
For a while there, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds didn't have first-person servers due to a small player base for the Oceania map. No, Oceania apparently is a country? I've never even heard of it. A place called Oceania. Is it a city? There's apparently a place called Oceania. Today I learned, and they didn't have servers due to the small play base. That's kind of not news. I imagine there's tons of little places. You could probably find that there's very few people playing PUBG at all in most of Africa. Probably not a lot of people in all of the Middle East playing it. Let's see. Yeah, that's not anything. So let's talk about the Hearthstone changes. In a lot of ways, these changes, these nerfs, are going to hurt my chances even more of staying on ranked play on standard, because it hurts the Murlocs, and the Murlocs were the only thing that was really working for me. But it might help in the longer run just to make a better game. That's the idea, and it certainly is an attempt to get rid of the Jade Druid, the top 4 Druid decks, or the top 4 decks, and make them less
Come midnight.
less desirable to play. So the first one is Invenerate. The 0 mana spell that used to gain 2 mana crystals this turn is now a 0 mana spell that gives you only 1 mana crystal. Apparently Invenerate was one of the worst offenders there as far as cards. And what else did they do? I have to actually read this. They looked like they were putting a picture for each nerf and on this article, and they didn't actually do that.
Such easy sport.
So Fiery War Axe now costs 3 mana up from 2. It was a 3/2 attack. Hex now costs 4 mana instead of 3. Murloc War Leader gives Murlocs +2 attack instead of +2 attack and +1 health, which means Murlocs now really don't have any buff to keep them alive, which almost inherently destroys the Murloc deck. We'll try it when these changes happen. I don't know if they've happened yet though. And Spreading Plague now costs 6 mana instead of 5, and I believe Spreading Plague is a new card, but everything else is some of the oldest cards in the game. Hex very possibly may have been an original card. And we'll see if there's any more news we can find about that. Have to go back at this rate. Just kill this guy. Let's see. Here's some more pictures. Oh, these are pictures of people taking Heroes of the Storm cards and making Hearthstone cards for it, which probably is going to happen eventually. Is they will just decide to bring in the Heroes of the Storm characters who are from other games.
Warriors of the frozen wastes, rise.
Let's see. Nope, those are the only cards that were modified. It doesn't immediately fix it, but so we're just gonna hope that this switches to him, and then we're gonna hope that this switches to him.
Job's done.
And let's see, do we have anything more? No, I guess that's all we have to say about that. As far as that's decent amount of news today, and I know we've gone about 42 minutes over, and I could have broken this up, but I'm still trying to have Hearthstones be longer, and there's a lot more playing to happen here. So after I get one more win, I was thinking I'd break up the recording, but working off of the assumption that you have to get one more win before you go forward is not helpful.
I must choose.
Let's see. Play this. Attack. Play this. Come on, attack. Darn it. Let's see. There's a game called Katahane and Grisaya Phantom Trigger Volume 1 and 2 coming to the PS Vita this winter in Japan. Looks like it's another visual novel. If I was to guess, if you're gonna name something Volume 1 and 2, very possibly it's not even the entire series. So, yep, that's another one of those visual novels probably not gonna come. Let's see, Secret of Mana Super NES versus Remake. Comparison video made. Suffice it to say, the easiest thing to point out there is that it
I shall bring you rest.
it looks better and it's 3D. although the Super NES with its 2D animation, in a lot of ways, makes it stand out more. But it's not like we're losing that version of Secret of Mana. But the 3D version does just kind of look like a cheap cell phone game 3D animation. Okay, there's another fan fiction card. Pokemon Go trading and player versus player battling features have been reconfirmed, so eventually those are going to be added. And that is it for the news, unless something new has happened on Twitter. Which maybe there isn't. Mario technically isn't a plumber anymore, which I suppose that... Oh, I guess I can just win here. No, because if I play this, it'll be a tie.
I shall bring you rest.
I suppose that idea is kind of obvious, and it was just in a simple Japanese profile on a website that Nintendo put this up, but clearly Mario hasn't been a plumber in this idea. I guess maybe I should have played it for a long time. Like, Jumpman was a carpenter in Donkey Kong, and Mario was a plumber in Super Mario Brothers, but now he's clearly this just bodyguard forever, love affection character for the princess. So he's moved up, as it were. Well, you know, with the news done, that I think is one episode, and then we'll just do one more episode after this. I need to minimize this and bring up the streaming to make sure it's working too. And I'll check all of that out later. We need one more victory before we can get to the other accounts, which need a lot of work, I imagine. That's it for this recording. As always, stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. So, we spent a couple hours covering the news last time. We're done with that. We need one more mage victory. Let's not play Hunter. We were playing that before. And then, I suppose after that, we just need to look and see if the nerfs have happened yet. I have not logged in and seen any announcement that the cards have been nerfed. So either Hearthstone and Blizzard have decided to not announce nerfs anymore, which would be sneaky, but probably the right thing to do from their perspective, or it hasn't happened yet. If it does happen, at that point I'm just going to give a decent number of attempts on my Murloc deck, but that combined with being reset to rank 20 after being at rank 14 at the end of the month, and just not still having a lot of struggle at rank 20. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and short of just sitting here and having people backseat play the game for me and tell me exactly what to play, which I might be willing to do at some point. Like, I just don't get it. I just am not getting how to win and how to get up in ranked. Short of spending a lot of extra time. And I think that really does balance down to why people are always saying, why do you have so much gold? Why do you have so much gold? It's because people, I think, are spending all of their time playing ranked, trying to get up in ranked, that they don't even do the daily quest. And I also think people that are playing Hearthstone and getting high in the ranks are also not playing any other games. In between this recording and the last stream, I didn't even really do a ton of work, but I did manage to
Can I light your fire?
I did manage to completely play Costume Quest 2 and get one recording of Alan Wake done. And I needed to do even more work. With completely finishing Costume Quest, I am now done with the kids' time slot. I don't really feel like I regret ending that time slot. If I play any kids games, I'll just integrate it into the point-and-click adventure time slot, which means after October there will be one less video that happens on the weekends, which doesn't seem like it. Part of the reason I did that certainly was because of the huge popularity. It has been it's been hugely popular to stream. That's been a lot more successful than I ever thought it was going to be. Right now the chat's not working, and I'm testing to see if Nightbot will kick in too. I guess I could see if I could just manage moderators and make sure Nightbot's still a moderator. Yep. But yeah, being Friday, just not getting people, I imagine that's part of it. Maybe I just irritated everybody because I told Kevin Wu specifically I'm not going to turn off busy when I'm on the rare occasions. And see, the only reason people would have even seen me online in the past couple days is because I was trying to do the I was doing doing the Lich King, and I played maybe an hour or two trying to get up in ranked, and that's it. And in both of those cases, people chatting to me when I was doing the Lich King would have really have helped. I don't care if people spectate or not. I mean, that's fine. But it would just been a distraction, and Let's see. This
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
and this.
A real stinker.
So, what else was there to do?
Careful.
What else was there to talk about? Wow, I've just had a big brain fart as it is. I forgot. I've totally forgotten what I was planning on talking about. I've totally forgotten about what I was doing.
I wonder.
I guess we're just kind of playing. So I guess we'll just go 45. Low-key is kind of a sore loss, but this is the thing that's going to happen as a YouTuber, almost certainly, is people like Loki and Tragic Master were big-time fans. They were coming in almost every single stream. I haven't seen Loki in at least a couple of weeks. Tragic Master, he was, I think, in the last stream for a little while, or the last big stream. I did also release at the wrong time, which that hurt too. I tried something different to have to stream in the morning, and that really got nobody. There's still definitely streams that happen on Sundays, that happen on Friday evenings. So, and when that happens, nobody watches TV on Friday evenings or watches YouTube. Everybody goes out and parties, just to overgeneralize a lot there. Man, is he doing a lot there. There's a lot of work to get a 1410. And mirror image spell damage. So
You look very familiar.
every time I play Battlecry, this goes up.
A real stinker.
It's probably close to the point to play this, but you know, playing this wouldn't be terrible either. I was thinking about ranked play, and I wanted to look here. There's somebody at 17, there's somebody at 12, there's somebody at 19. So I wish you could look at their rank even if they weren't logged on. There's some people that have been here more than a month ago. Yeah, and I don't think there's particularly too much to say otherwise. That, yeah, there's people are going to be interested for about a month and watch my channel and then leave. At least that's kind of what I think. I could be totally wrong about that. It is also on my channel something I wrestle with mentally, because every month, almost consistently, unless you're watching Hearthstone, it's 5 new games. So you're either watching because you want to see a large variety of games, or because you like me, or some other reason that I can't think of. But if you are deal 5 damage to all enemies, that'll work. If I should have played that right now, actually. But I don't know how you fix that, because say my Borderlands series, I just stretched it out over the course of the year, I'd still just lose those people after a year. I suppose maybe then over that year though, YouTube would get me new people that are interested. And that probably is the right way to do it. It is what I've seen every other YouTuber do, is they mostly either play a game once and then never again, or they Or they play games constantly forever, like a Minecraft streamer, and just never change. And frankly, it's just, for my channel, for me, it doesn't make sense to do that. Like, I'm just not ever gonna stick with a game that much. And if that guy had stayed alive, I could have played this card and probably won. I should just, if I was getting desperate, I would just play casual here. I just need the victory. And I don't want to go in here and kick people. I've done it before, but we're not filling up our inventory that much. So I'm gonna just, well, here's the thing. If I kick people right now that says last online more than a month, and somewhere else there's somebody that hasn't been on for like 5 days, if I wait till they all say more than a month, then this person would have been given potentially less opportunity to come back to the game than this person. So I guess we will just remove. Let's see, remove. There. So I suppose just consistently cycling out people that haven't played in more than a month. And as far as I understand it, they can refriend me if they get back into the game, but people have fallen off Hearthstone and got bored with it, and I don't blame them. You have to click it twice. Like, here's a guy that was brand new. Like, I know this guy. He was watching my channel, and he hasn't played in more than a month. Like, he was brand new, didn't want to, and already burned off on it. And that's kind of the problem, isn't it? So, and it's not just that they are more than a month old in Hearthstone, they're more than a month old on battle.net. So they're not playing Overwatch, they're not playing Heroes of the Storm, they're not playing Destiny. Now would be probably a great time to kick out people. You too, sorry. Send me another friend request if you get back into the game. Before people get into Destiny and that's the only thing they're playing, it would be nice. Nope, I didn't need to do that.
For the scourge.
Job done.
Oh, it's only misdirection anyways. That actually will work fine. So let's see, do we have anybody else that's been more than a month? Dragon Slayer, again, another person who was in chat and all of that, and just they've fallen off the game, and clearly that's the only thing you can say here is they don't want to play the game. Because if they just didn't want to be my friend, they could just remove me like this and that's it. Let's see. Hero power freezes.
History. For the scourge.
Battlecry, draw a card. Right now that would draw 2 cards. Battlecry, add a minion. Mirror image. Maybe I should play that actually. And play a couple mirror images. That makes more sense. And Nightbot's not working. Last thing I really need is yet another thing that just doesn't work. So part channel, join channel. Let's see.
I will hunt you down.
Play this. Play this.
Your history.
For the scourge.
My shield for Argus!
Clearly not paying attention, messing with Nightbot instead. Let's see.
Someday, you'll be just like me.
Need to get rid of
Join me.
this one, so
For the scourge.
do this and this. And there goes my freezing ability. So I should have used my freezing ability on this guy first. Here we go.
This beast will not be tamed.
Says Nightbot's still a moderator.
What to do? What to do?
I'm gonna just type in the chat to make sure it's still working. Yep, it seems like it's still working. And we'll give it a couple of minutes to see. Blizzard, I believe, has another choose your champion thing going on too.
Your history.
Let's
Time runs out on me.
Join me. For the scourge.
maybe Nightbot itself is just broken. But I really need it. I really need it to... I guess we could try a test. Instead of just typing test, why don't we just type in something like this. And see what it does. See if it responds.
I wonder.
Your magic shall not save you.
You want to cast a spell? I want to cast a spell.
No, clearly it's not working.
For the scourge.
Your history.
Join me.
Just a couple more damage. Well, I didn't spell current right there either, but whatever.
Well fought. I concede.
Well, finally. Let's see. See, announcements just may be wrong here. So let's go into Solo Adventures and see how much progress, because I don't even really remember. Let's see. Dashboard. Customs. Things. They're still all there. Giveaway. So
look at your hand, champion. Look at what you've become. Are we really so different, you and I?
Let's see. The log says it has done something. It logged it, but it's not putting anything on the chat. I think maybe YouTube muted it. Why are you even gonna suggest your own thing? If let's see, disable, enable. Well, that's going to. Yeah, here's even some issues bringing it up. It's not working. I have 5 out of the 9 things done. I need the hunter, the paladin, the mage, and the warlock left to do the Lich King. And I see no reason to bang my head against that wall in front of people. Frankly, it's just not worth showing off. Hex is now 3. Let's see, it's a basic, and that means you can't even do anything. War axe is still 2. So the nerfs haven't happened yet. But also, the nerfs that are going to happen are all things, aren't they? Let's see. Spreading Plague. This is a Knights of the Frozen Throne. So if I create this for 100 dust right now, I could disenchant it for 100 dust when the nerf happens. So maybe I should buy some Knights of the Frozen Throne packs and try to get 2 of these. This would be particularly helpful if I had gold versions. And I guess Kriperian was talking about how you shouldn't have dusted anything for that reason yet. And wait until the nerfs come in. Well, that's it for the Americas account, so let's move over to the Asian account, the European account. Let's see, switch to Europe. European fan base not growing as big as I would like it to. But whatever. Slowly. Maybe people in Europe don't take the weekends off. It's 9:13 Central Time in the United States. There's certainly a lot of other things to do. Notice we did what I needed to do and waited an extra day, so I need to get hunter or mage victories on top of getting this done. So there's a lot of work still to do. Let me just reload some pages and see if there's anything new news-wise to talk about. Nope. Nothing. so far. Although I said nope way too early there. Let's look at the trending. Like with Hurricane Harvey and now Hurricane Irma and the earthquake in Mexico and so many other things on so many people's minds, it's not amazingly surprising that people aren't just immediately going to be watching a YouTuber play Hearthstone. Also, it's first week of school for a lot of people. I'm gonna just say it outright. I think American Horror Story and FX is paying for advertisement on the trending thing. They swear up and down that YouTube doesn't take money to be put on trending, but clearly that is not what I see. I see things that either have figured out how to get bots to get them on trending, or they're paying directly to YouTube. Maybe there's a bots thing. There's a KFC ad too on trending. It's like, this just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. At the very least, if they're gonna curate the ads off, a song that's just an advertisement selling the song on iTunes, probably that's all songs, so I would think maybe you need to figure a way to balance that too. But those probably shouldn't be on trending either.
The damned stand ready.
So, yeah. The fact of the matter is trending is some curation, and I just don't agree with the curation that they do. And nobody is ever going to fully and completely agree with the curation they do, so it needs to just be an actual statistical, this thing is trending. Even if that gets less views. It's like the front page of a newspaper. It's like, should the front page be the most important story, and should it be the most important story according to whom? And newspapers in particular were obviously curating these things because there's really no other way you could have done it. Let's see.
My fate is sealed.
That was the wrong thing to do. That was totally the wrong thing to do. I should have done this first, then the other one, given this one more health, and then doing that.
My life is your shield.
I was looking at all the news here to see if there's anything new. And clearly this is an example of, like, I'm bored. There's nobody on chat. I might as well just be playing Silent Play. I think at the end of the stream that's exactly what we're going to do.
You to master. Job's done.
Because it's just, like... without that interaction, I'm just playing Hearthstone, and Hearthstone by itself is not that interesting.
For master.
Freeze and do 1 damage next to it. End the turn. apparently, if you enroll in the Equifax website to determine if your data was stolen, you waive your right to sue. Sleazy company. I don't think that very possibly might be upheld. So the best thing to do is do nothing until the lawyers get involved. And the question is, would the bank sue on your behalf? And the answer is probably no. Let's go ahead and attack here and play this and see what happens.
Soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
I'll show them all.
So this one's gonna kill this one, which isn't gonna help him because I've got 2 more Stalogs. Player Unknown's Battlegrounds just hit 1 million concurrent players on Steam. Okay. Good to know. Literally nothing. This is exactly why I go into silent mode. It's better to spend another hour in silent mode and then see if anybody gets on the chat and says, hey, come back and talk to me, than it is to just sit here and be shouting at the wind. So the thing to do is to look at the timer. Oh, we've got about 12 minutes, so I think that's gonna be it. Like, we still have a lot to do as far as daily quests in the European account and getting the free card pack with the Tavern Brawls, which, let's not forget, the Tavern Brawls will disappear. See, deals double damage to heroes. Nice.
Bring out your dead.
Oh, and I have a couple Stalag Thaddeus here too. Wow, this could be a 4 Thaddeus. Like, I could get 4 Thaddeus's on the field. Like, one from this guy dying, another from this guy dying, and 2 more here. Let's see.
Stalag kill.
And then, of course, in the Asian accounts, yes, again, I have all 3 daily quests to do, but I've got so much video too. That's the other thing is, while I have majorly dropped the ball on recording things, I've also majorly dropped the ball on editing video and scheduling things. I just, all of fall and winter. It's ridiculous to say, but half the year, basically, I am just not as energetic as I'd like to be. I'm call it seasonal affective disorder or what, but I mean, I don't get any of the work I should get done. And frankly, it's not half the year, it's all year round. I want to do so much, the ambition is there, but my ambition really could only be achieved by hiring other people to do work for me. Let's see.
Job done.
I suppose people could be in the Discord, but whatever.
You cannot stop the cloud here.
That Discord, man, I still can't wrap my head around it. And it doesn't seem like people are on there. I bet there are Discord communities, certainly. Like there are Reddit communities. But then there is also thousands of little Reddit subreddits that have 5 people that actively look at it. And then there's a very small number of top tier ones. Spectral Gothic. I didn't even know what that would do. And there's no card that doubles the at the start of your turn do something. Not yet, at least. They'll make something, I'm sure. That would double his Pagel and the Spectral Gothic. So yeah, another example of why I've gone to Silent Play and not airing all the footage that I've spent. Certainly, I would just be done with streaming at all completely today if I wasn't trying to still get gold and get card packs. I've tripled the amount of work I've done every stream, because I'm doing the Asian and the European accounts now, and I'm not sure it's really worth it. Like, decent collection of European fans, but if I started going in here and taking out the people that haven't been online for more than a month, like, that number gets smaller. And I shouldn't do that, because it's possible that people have friended me on the Asian or the European accounts, and they're actually American players. A lot of daily quests still to do. A lot of work. Anyways, though, that's it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live for some post-game Silent Play. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Zod versus Rafal!
Reform! The Supreme Archaeologist!
Come face me, interloper!
I'll show them. I'll show them all! Fools! Alexa versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Let the hunt begin. Job's done.
I wonder. Time runs out on me.
Ready to ride.
Wanna blow something up?
One shot, one kill.
Job's done.
For the king!
Give it a shot.
Job's done.
Thank you. What to do? What to do?
Give it a shot.
Job's done.
A better to eat you with.
I'll give it a shot.
I wonder.
Handle it!
Time runs out on me.
Rexa!
Versus throw.
For Doomhammer, let the hunt begin. I wonder.
One shot, one kill.
What to do?
Give it a shot.
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
Give it a shot.
You know, take candle.
I'll give it a shot.
make a wild deck, you can only use it in wild games. Rexar versus Thrall!
For Doomhammer, let the hunt begin.
The legions I command.
wonder.
Mind if I roll knee?
My mouth very rarely explodes.
Did you bring some fish?
I wonder. I moves quickly. I wonder.
There is a lot at stake here.
Job's done.
I wonder.
was a mistake. I wonder.
The Feast of Souls begins now!
I moves quickly.
Rexar versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
Let the hunt begin.
The legions I command.
Tazdingo! Yes!
wonder.
I hope you like my invention.
Let the pain speak to me.
I wonder.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Handle it!
Bring the pain.
Oh, if you're sure. Whoa!
Join or die, or both.
I wonder.
The scourge will consume you. Bring the pain.
Your magic shall not save you.
Quickly. mother was a Murloc!
Greetings.
Rexar versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin. Bring it on!
The legions I command.
Such big teeth I have. I wonder.
I hope you like my invention.
Oh dear! To my side!
quickly.
I wonder.
Come, midnight.
Oh dear! Better to eat you with. Handle it!
From the void I come.
Pass me that arc light spanner.
His eyes quickly. Take heart, young one. The Earth Mother is near. All realities, all dimensions.
Give me a minute.
Simple fool.
Hey, give me a minute.
wonder.
To my side, I move quickly. I wonder. I move quickly. I wonder.
Mogadeta! Moga destroy. No, Moga kill!
The greatest virtue is patience.
Well fought. I concede.
Rexar versus Anduin. The light shall bring victory.
Let the hunt begin.
The legions I command. I wonder. wonder.
I moves quickly.
You have better.
Rexa versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer, let the hunt begin.
The legions I command hold. My legions.
Job's done. Ready to ride. Taste my steel. Job's done.
Let the pain speak
Job's
to me.
done.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
I got the best deals anywhere.
Taste my steel.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Pass me that arc light spanner.
Bring the pain.
Job's done.
I have.
Hey, give me a minute!
Let's break the ice. Chill.
Come, midnight.
Oh dear! The better to eat you with.
Ready to ride. Taste my steel. All realities, all dimensions are born. Job done. Handle it!
Over my undead body!
I sense your struggle.
I hope you like my invention. I hope you like my invention. Pass me that arc light spanner!
Job's done.
Pull up a chair by the hearth.
supreme archaeologist! Come face me, interloper!
Job's done. Job's done.
Buying or selling.
Why do you call?
Go ahead. Make my day. Thank you. Death to the surface dweller.
Job's done.
Pain or suffering, I can't decide. Robbery commencing. I'll show them. I'll show them.
Job's done.
Victory for Sylvanus!
You want it? I got it.
The damned stand ready. Victory for Sylvanus! Victory for Sylvanus!
I have big plans.
Job done.
Trog no stupid! Trog make you stupid!
Done.
The power of the tides will consume you.
Back in the slammer.
Greetings from beyond the grave.
Job's done.
Tonight, a tale of long-lost worlds.
You want it? I got it.
the elements combine! Minions, servants, soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call of Kel'Thuz's close.
I dream and the world trembles.
To master. All realities, all dimensions are open to me.
Thank you.
Hearthstone versus Reform! Reform, the supreme archaeologist!
Come face me, interloper!
big plans.
Behold the glory of a new sun!
In the light's name.
The damned stand ready.
Job done.
I see.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
None may steal our secrets.
Take heart, young one. The Earth Mother is near.
Fools!
The end is close.
For science!
The makers.
The Earth Mother are upon us. Sell them, crush you.
Buying or selling.
I'll show them. I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Master, save me! From the void I come.
Surrender your will to the Cabal.
I'll show them. I'll show them all. I'll show them all.
Rafa versus Healthazard.
Come, face me, interloper!
Reform the Supreme Archaeologist! Job's done. Thank you.
Job's done.
more selling.
Job's done.
Wanna see the voodoo I do?
Deal.
Lead you to master.
Recipe.
Job's done.
Witness the power of pure water.
Job's done.
Stalem crush you.
The damned stand ready.
The power of the tides will consume you.
Have a drink.
Soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
I will blade the goddess. Let none survive.
Just one more.
Trog no stupid! Trog make you stupid! I see
None may steal our secrets.
You want it? I got it.
Trog smash stupid!
Job's done.
I'll show them. I'll show them all. Show them no mercy. My master will return.
Buying or selling?
Not in my house.
Job's done.
Greetings from beyond the grave.
The makers. damned stand ready.
I'll show them. I'll show them all! The icy winds of Northland will consume your soul!
Death does not scare me!
Death to the surface dwellers! Valera versus Tyrande.
You give me strength. Watch your back. One shot, one kill.
Job done.
One shot, one kill. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Just me and Mr.
I'll
Right.
give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Job's done.
Ready for action!
Just me and Mr. Right.
Job's done.
Tonight, a tale of terrible tragedy.
Here we go.
Job's done.
I don't have enough mana. Here we go.
I hope you like my invention.
For the king! For honor!
Here we go.
Job done.
Thank you. Thank you. They'll never know what hit them.
Warriors of the frozen wastes, rise.
Ready for action!
Thank you.
For the king!
My hand's full. Here we go.
Valera versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Watch your back.
Reporting for duty.
Here we go. Here we go.
I hope you like my invention.
For the king! For honor.
Here we go.
I'm not ready.
Just me and Mr. Pipe. Just me and Mr. Pipe. One shot. Pass me that arc light spanner. Yeah.
Here we go.
Job done.
Hey, give me a minute.
I've got a huge guy.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm not ready.
Reporting for duty.
They'll never know what hit.
Reporting for duty.
This one's mine. Here we go.
Hey, give me a minute.
Let me think.
Put your faith in the light.
Valera versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild.
Watch your back.
I concede.
Valera versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Watch your back. One shot, one kill.
Reporting for duty.
Locked and loaded.
Give it a shot.
Reporting for duty.
Locked and loaded.
Give it a shot.
Tazdingo! Yes!
Fire!
Here we go.
Fire!
Give it a shot. it a shot. Here we go.
Pay attention, class.
I'm ready to learn.
I'm ready.
I'll give it a shot.
Justice.
Just me and Mr. Right.
Here we go.
I'm ready.
I'll give it a shot.
I'll put it on your tab.
Pass me that arc light spanner.
Ready for action!
Here we go.
Justice.
They'll never know what hit.
Hey, give me a minute. Yeah.
Here we go.
Reporting for duty. Ready for action!
I've got a huge guy.
Behold the might of Stormwind!
Thank you. Justice demands retribution. I wonder.
I give up.
Valera versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild.
Watch your back.
my invention. Oh, if you're sure.
The scourge will devour all!
One shot, one kill.
If you're sure.
I wonder...
The jungle provides.
Here we go.
Oh, if you're sure.
I've got a huge gun.
Here we go.
If you're sure.
I'll give it a shot.
What to do? What to do?
Time waits for no one.
I've got a huge gun.
I'll give it a shot.
Valera versus Anduin. The light shall bring victory.
Watch your back.
Is someone injured?
Not quite what was planned.
Is someone injured?
Not quite what was planned.
I hope you like my invention.
Ready for action!
Embrace the void.
Ready for action!
Locked and loaded.
If you're sure.
I wonder.
To arms!
For the king! For honor!
Oh, if you're sure.
That minion already attacked. Embrace the void.
Just me and Mr. Right.
Here we go.
Oh, if you're sure.
Here we go.
Only a fool rejects the Lich King! You are the Shadow's puppet!
go. They'll never know what hit them.
The light shall burn you. The light shall burn you.
I am master of magics.
Valera versus Anduin. The light shall bring victory.
Watch your back.
Ready for action!
I hope you like my invention.
To arms!
Is someone injured?
Locked and loaded.
To arms!
One shot, one kill.
For the king! For honor! Fire!
I'll give it a shot.
Locked and loaded! For honor!
I'll give it a shot.
Fire! For the king!
Here we go.
Fire! For honor!
I'll give it a shot.
Fire! For honor!
Is someone injured?
You have
better.